Although, where's my activity? And is this showing up? I'm waiting to see. Aha! I think it did. Is it, Archeve? Archeve Quaterpin? I'm not sure how to pronounce your name. Sorry if I just butchered that, but welcome in. We are about to start some Subnautica. I'm also trying to make sure that I have my activity feed up so that I can actually see, like, you know, what's going on. So hold on a sec. Although I think I'll press play just so that the menu music isn't terribly loud. It's kind of loud in my ears all the time. It's good music though. Pop out. Okay, there we go. Okie dokie. Yeah, I figured we played some Subnautica. We'll probably get into Animal Crossing a little bit later. I believe we're planning on doing the drawings for the giveaway. That was what I meant to mention earlier. So we have the Little Nightmares giveaway still open. But to be entered, if you are interested in winning Little Nightmares, you first have to have a Steam account and then also have to be following either or like subscribe to like the YouTube for our Nerd Key podcast. So yeah. That's all that we ask though. Lurking as I give in to the dark urge. I mean, play Baldur's Gate. Have a great stream and much love all. You have fun playing Baldur's Gate. I hope it's a good run for you. I appreciate you popping by. Thank you so much, K9. Also, let me get you a shout out too, K9, because I realized the other day that you stream, and I need to like pop by your stream sometime, but you're always like popping into my chat, so I wanted to give you a shout out. So, no, here for you. Well, I appreciate it, but I want to like get people knowledgeable about who is streaming and stuff, and you never know, you might find somebody that you're really interested in. So yeah, but thank you, of course. Okay, I don't know what we were doing last in this game at all. Other than, oh, I did collect a bunch of fish. It looks like I was probably collecting things to make sure that I had stuff for when I was going somewhere. I'm assuming maybe I was going back to the ship or something, or no. I was going to go ahead and go I think I was going to go look for more islands and stuff. I think. I'm so glad that Roxas's tower got here though, cuz I'm excited to see him on that. Filtered water. Oh, that's rotten. I don't want that. Oh, these are both rotten. So I'm gonna get another sip of water here. I just realized I don't think that I changed over that we were playing Subnautica. Oops. There we go. Okay. Whoops. Okay, I want to go back up here. Oh, it's getting lighter. Good. Wait. What? I don't think I saw that before. I guess that's where we're heading next. Let me make sure that we had some filtered water. Maybe I can... Ooh! What did I hit? Why? What the heck? That scared me. I just wanted to put that away. Apparently didn't like that, I guess. Okay. Although, maybe I should get a battery in this, because it looks like it's close to being done for. Hold on. What? How do I get it to go away for a second? What if I don't want to use it? Do I have to do it in here, maybe? Or maybe it's because, oh wait, I had batteries in here, I guess. Oops. Oh well. Why is that not going to the bar? Like, does it have to completely run out of? Maybe it does. Yeah, it's not giving me the... Oh wait, no, there it goes. So I can... And maybe I better just keep it for now. Okay, where was that direction? Okay, we're gonna see what's over here. Also, I just realized I did not grab my daily thumps today. What was that? We're still a ways out. Hold on. I wanna save. Just cause I'm a little nervous out here. Oh shoot. Select. There we go. I always stick up so like close to the top of the water because I'm like, I don't know what's down here. Wait, where did that go? Over here. I don't like these noises. Wait. Maybe I should go get some water. Or air first, not water. It's like, we should get some air and then head down, I think. Whoa, what are those? Oh my gosh. We found new creatures.
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased.
I don't know if I want to get too close to them. Ooh. Welcome on in, yeah. Oh gosh, am I gonna make it? I am... Oop, I might just barely make it up. Okay. We did it. Jeez! Like, I was just trying to get this, what are they called? I don't know. Are they... I don't know if they're friendly or not. A jelly ray. Ugh, I don't want to get too close.
30 seconds.
I'm gonna be playing Subnautica soon. Subnautica is like a horror game to me because I have thalassophobia. I'm pretty sure I do too. Like, after playing this, I've had like several streams where I've played and I'm just freaked out. Like, I hate all that, like how the music gets super intense at times too, and I'm just like, ugh, what's happening? You know? Okay, these don't seem to be like they can hurt you. Or at least they haven't. Oh, I didn't mean to like accidentally almost try to attack it. That would have sucked. Okay.
30 seconds.
But also like the air, like oxygen and everything. But like it is super pretty though. Which honestly I think is why it's been fun to play. But it's definitely freaky at times. Thank you for the Whopper.
Number 15. Whopper, Junior, double, triple, Whopper, flame grill taste with perfect toppers. I will this day. Lettuce, mayo, pickle, ketchup, it's okay if I don't.
We're gonna go down this way.
Whopper, any Whopper, my way. Whopper, Junior, double, triple, Whopper, flame grill taste with perfect toppers. I will this day.
What's going on in this? Ooh.
Integrating new PDA data.
I'm glad that we got that. Okay, that guy is okay. He's not gonna hurt us. I know he looks huge, but I think he's okay. He also just sounds like super scary. I think we go back this way now. We got a new little character, or like the information thing. I'm gonna run into this thing and scream. Where is it? Reefbacks are friendly. Yeah, I found that out like last stream, I think it was, and I was like, I don't know, I don't trust it. But then I went up to it and I like scanned it and it was pretty docile and I was like, okay. Unlike the danger noodle that I keep running into over by the wreckage. I still don't know what that is, but I think I saw it was like white and orange and it's I don't know. I thought it was like screaming at me under the water. They are great. I love them. Yeah, like I started, I was like, oh, I can actually just kind of like, hang out like over the top, like we can swim together. Like that's cool. Oh, I hate them. I know. Like it scared me so bad. I still have yet to make that into a TikTok, but I was planning on turning the clip into it. It was like one of my last clips, I think. But I was literally like, I just don't want to run into anything. And then lo and behold, it's like literally right there as I turn around. And I was like, what? I've never played myself, but I've watched people play a lot. That's cool. I guess I was interested in this because I did see somebody play it. But it was years ago, and I didn't really watch all of it because I thought, maybe I might eventually play it. So I kind of knew, like, the gist of it, that it was, like, a survival type game that was underwater, but I didn't know, like, everything about it. I swear I'm gonna piss my pants when I do. That's totally fair. I feel like I've come close. I also just have like an issue with like storage currently still, and I don't know. There's a lot going on, especially for like the first time that you play. I love the lore of the game too. Yeah, it's been really interesting getting to like, learn a few things, because I've been over there and I've been to like 2 of the islands, but I don't really know, not sure like how I got to the first one. But we're probably gonna try and go to some of those next, I think. Although there was another like marker that was somewhere. Oh, is that it? That's it. I wanted to kind of see what that was. Plus, I also can't wait to like actually build a base, I think. It's kind of like what it'll be like. I'm gonna get some more air. And then we shall go down this way. Or at least attempt. Is it in there? Maybe it's further this way. I'm gonna go this way before I go in. In like a cavern. I'm like, although now I don't know where it's at. Maybe it was in there. I'm also still on the lookout for silver too, because that was like it's a resource that I'm like very low in. Ooh, and that scared me popping up to the surface. The way that it was so abrupt, like I bounced up from the water. I thought I was further away. Okay, where was that? What is this? Can I scan this? Maybe I already have. Okay, that's salt. What is that? Oh, metal salvage. Okay, I lost the tracker. I hate when that happens. We're gonna go back this way. Get some air up top too. Okay, down this direction? Is it literally in... Wait. That's not where it's at, though. I'm so confused. So it must be like further down somewhere. It looks like we're in the middle of ads, so I'm gonna save. Wait, no. Ads are not started yet, but we're about to go into ads. So when the ads do happen, though, I'm gonna pause the game and save. And we'll call it there. Or like, you know, for a couple minutes. I usually pause for ads so that people don't miss like anything that's going on in the game, because I know how that is. Like, you're watching somebody and you're like really invested in whatever it is, and then it's like you get hit with ads and then you miss things, and then it kind of sucks. So I like to try to combat that here. Okay, nothing from the radio. I came back secure though because it looked like it was getting dark. I don't like being out during the dark, like nighttime. It's a little too scary unless I'm like literally just sticking close, and I'll get like fish and things to eat and just do that. Which actually though, let's eat some food, I think. I'm gonna drop these rotten foods. And then we'll make some more food that we won't let go rotten this time. Filtered water, cooked. Let's we're gonna drink that too, I guess. Huh. I didn't realize that we had one of these. Maybe that's what we picked up before? Although I thought that was just information, which we have a lot of that to read, actually. Blueprints, equipment, stasis rifle. The stasis rifle uses patented technology to slow down, or to slow time around an entity to as near to a full stop as the laws of physics will permit, essentially anchoring the target in place without affecting its internal workings. It is designed to facilitate scientific and engineering operations by expanding the window of opportunity for action in time-sensitive scenarios. Independent replaceable power cell, and the trigger may be held down to increase the area of effect and duration. Huh. Slowing fast-moving mechanisms such as fan belts to facilitate maintenance operations, temporarily incapacitating organisms for research purposes, navigating perilous spaces by freezing potential threats. Huh. Bulkhead doors designed to separate compartments while reinforcing structural integrity with its solid titanium frame. The door can be opened and closed to seal off compartments in the event of fire or flooding, or simply for privacy. Exterior grow bed. Advanced synthetic soils allow the scrub bed to support a huge variety and quantity of alien plant life. It can be installed anywhere on land or underwater where there is space. That's kind of cool. I didn't realize that it could be underwater. Oh. I love this song. Oh my goodness.
Well, happy 8 months and happy Irish birthday, waifu. Smiling face with hearts. I'm so glad it's been almost a year since I got to know you, because you're my bestie and waifu, and I love you very much. Purple heart.
You're so sweet, Kals. Thank you for the sub for 8 whole months. My goodness. I hope that you're enjoying your time here in the Bunny Fam and your ad-free viewing and all your emotes. And thank you for modding for me, and it's been a pleasure getting to know you as well. And hello, The Horizon. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome in. We're just playing some Subnautica here. I'm waiting for ads to kind of finish up. Hopefully people like jumping in aren't stuck in because the ads are playing for about 3 minutes to prevent the pre-roll ads from happening when people pop into stream. Nah, I don't like it here. It's why I keep coming back to remind me every time, right? Well, welcome back from the ads, everybody. It looks like the timer just went up, so we can get back to the game. But we like to pause for our ads. We have about 3 minutes of ads every hour, so I pause for them and kind of like take a break myself, a little breather sometimes, and yeah, so that way we don't miss too much, other than maybe a little bit of conversation. But we can always catch up on that later. It's a little harder to catch up on like a game or something. But yeah, I was also just kind of reading through some of these because we're very behind on some of the stuff that I have gotten. Because like there's like 13 down here. Goodness. I just woke recently to pee. Oh dang. Hopefully you got like a decent amount of sleep. I know like you've been kind of in and out of sleep for a while. Wait, what the heck? Why is there another ad? It's telling me that there are more ads in progress again. I literally did not run any. Stream didn't like disconnected it. That's so weird because the timer just went down for like the ads that had already played, I'm pretty sure. I don't think that was like the timer to the ads. I fell asleepies about 10:30ish. Huh. So wait, it's like, what was it? I think it was like almost 1 a.m. Was what? Maybe? I don't know. Time zones! I guess we'll wait though for the ads to be done. I didn't realize that they were not. Just gone 1 a.m. Oh dang! Hey, I was right though. Oh! Guess what? While we wait. Hold on. Because I don't want to take chances this stream. I'll be a little more lenient with next time. We are going to come back to Subnautica. But I want to show this to Cal's. Because we haven't. And I think it would be fun. And we have a few more people in. So, here you go. Oh, wait. Let me restart that. Hang on. I can skateboard. Almost falling in. That blueberry though! I smell like bees. Okay, here we go.
Boo. No, Edley! Are you serious? Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh, you can nuzzle. Oh, he's allergic to me. It's a turtle. But yeah, that's our new raid video. I'm so excited about it. It took me a long time to make, but I'm glad that I finally got it done this week. And I was like, I'm gonna show it this weekend. But yeah, I love it too. I'm glad you like it. So we have less than 7 hours down here too until it is midnight on October 12th. Well done on it. I know how hard you worked on it. Yeah, like I think a lot of like clips and stuff I was considering like keeping in, but like some of them obviously didn't make the cut, but I was like, I think this is good. I want to do this. Oh, congrats on your calm daily thump. Here, we'll get back to Subnautica here too. But yeah, I just thought that it'd be a fun little, thing in between there. And everybody who was stuck in ads, I'll be playing that again here soon. But yeah, it's our raid video. So, and I figured I'd kind of just like it's mostly like for when we get raids, but for now I'm probably gonna play it just for fun because it's like, this is what all that we've done and we've been up to on this channel for the last 5 years. Almost 6 years actually. So. Ooh, nice. Calm. Oh, after the day you've had. Yeah, true. True. 99% nerdy. Hey, can I pin that on my phone? How do I pin that? Wait, I just watched that. What the heck? Can't pin on mobile? Why do they do that? Like, there are so many people who mod, like, on mobile. The only other thing is that I hesitate to, like, click out of the game now that I've gotten it back up again. is the only reason why. Like, I can't just do it on my computer. I might be able to, but, like, I'm concerned, and I'm like, I'm trying to preserve the stream. Yeah, Twitch hates mobile users, I guess. They're like, nah, you have to have a PC. I don't know why. Don't pin me, it's okay. I mean, that doesn't sound like you. Like... I mean... Oh, I want to cook this fish here. Because our food is pretty low down here. I'll never say no to a pin. We're absolutely still talking about regular pins in the chat. Yep. Okay. Oh yes, of course. I forget which direction. Oh, it's this way. I was like, which direction is that thing? Although, let's get this. I'm a good Catholic. Oh my goodness. Maybe I'll stay up higher so that... I don't have the issues. Why? This is so inconvenient! Hurry up and pass! Who's just sipping his iced apple juice like a boss? Heck yeah, iced apple juice? That sounds good. Is it like it was like frozen before, so it has like good, little icy particles in it, kind of? Cause like I've had, oh fuck off! I don't like those things either. The stalkers. Okay, that's not. Yes, ma'am, and then pour it over ice. Ooh, that sounds really good. Get some apple juice. Wait. What's that? More salt! We don't need salt. I need silver. And I lost the little thing again. Where does it go? Although, what's this? Have I gotten this? I have not! It's a sea glide. Is this the last one that I need? Maybe? It didn't do like a fun thing. What is that? Like clicking? I don't like these noises. Okay, where? Hello. Did you finish up the... No?
I'm stuck because he's inside one of the cabins and I'm stuck in the cabins.
Oh, do you want me to help you move?
No, it's fine.
Okay. Is this it? What? That's quartz. What the heck is that? Do I don't want to go in there. I don't want to go in there. Ew. 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 Oh my gosh. Is that the way I'm supposed to go, though? I honestly don't know. Oh, oops. I meant to be going this way with this. Ew! Oh. Nope! Go away. Go away. What the heck is that? Also, have I gotten some of these things? Okay, I think it's down that way. Okay, we're gonna send that way. Come on. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I will get some water here in a second. I mean, what do you mean? I'm like in water. Just kidding. Can I... Are these to scan?
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency
This is
decreased.
gross. Furled papyrus. The fuck is that? I was gonna say
30
might as...
seconds.
Wait, might as well get something else. Oh my gosh. I can hear the bells.
Oxygen.
Those things, I hate those things. Okay, I'm gonna head back to my area because I don't know that I can get down that way. Which direction? Okay, I'm so turned around. Like I hate it. Ew. I don't like that music. I don't like when it does that. The chorus of people singing it. Well, don't ya hear him chime? Put a pic of this happy kitty in his new tower and you just go, oh, I'll have to take a look at it in a sec. I'm gonna pause once I get to the life pod. I can't wait to see him. Can't you feel my heartbeat keeping perfect time? And all because he touched me. Don't touch me in this game, please. Okay, let me save really quick. I want to think. Only in the game. No. I'd rather not be touched in this game because I feel like that invites the what do you call it? Those creatures. Aww. So he does like the little caves. Are they big enough then? Like that one looks like it's pretty big. That's so cute.
Coaxed him out with catnip.
Kitty. What's he doing?
He's going after the catnip.
Well, like he's going up there. Yes. Hold on. We're gonna get some kitty time. Even though this is like the second time I've turned this off. Now you have that song in my head. I'm so sorry. It's actually been stuck in my head weirdly enough. Like I think I thought about it the other day. And I want to watch the movie. I think I might have it on DVD, but I don't have a way to play it. I don't think. Kitty. He's gonna put your tower the rest of the way together. He is like getting down on this little shrimp. Now he's sniffing the... He was sniffing the light. Hold on. You like that, big kitty? He keeps like looking over because he's like, what's going on? He did come to party though. I like how the colors like look on him too. It's really cute. I just hope that you're not looking at it directly in your eye. Would you like to come here and cuddle? I don't know what. Oh, there. Oh, we get. He's laying down. He's getting into it. My little shit of a dog decided to play with my pillow while I was in the bathroom. Just lay down and got smacked in the face with slobber. Oh no. I'm so sorry. Here he comes. I think. Oh. I threw the shrimp at him and it like he like kind of kicked it up with his back legs. Was like how perfectly that I tossed it. I was like, this is wet and cold. Oh no. Jeez. Wait, did it not? It didn't stop entirely? Okay, wait, it stopped now. I'm gonna open up Subnautica again. While I was still waiting. I did pin you! I'm also gonna test my phone out after all. We're gonna plug it in. I was like, I'll do this right before it starts. We should be okay. Oh, and I also need to get water. Hopefully that was enough of a detour with him, so... Okay. Back to game. I also just thought about it though, the existence of these guys kind of just implies that there is land nearby. 'Cause like, there wouldn't be the sky creatures like without land, 'cause they die in water. I'm definitely not 99% toasty. Oh my gosh. How are you getting these numbers? Wait, did I do it wrong? How do I always forget it? 40%. I forget my own commands. Ooh, 68%? You're like one away. Bunny. Wanna be my one? I'm apparently 48. We can be 147 together. 36% chaos. 3% gremlin energy today. Oh my goodness. Okay, I think the next time that I go over there, I want to have one of those breathing things, but currently, I kind of want to go... We should probably go get more food. Because I don't know that I should be, like, exploring out in a bunch of places without a little bit of, like, provisions. At least that's just what I've come to kind of realize. Come here. Like this thing. Although maybe I should pick these up, because I don't feel like it's very useful down here. Okay, I was like making sure they're not dropping too. But this was like one of the first areas that I went to when I was first exploring that. Oh yeah. What was that? Oh, my inventory's full. I think it was those things. Wait, you got a 0 in gnomes yesterday? Holy shit. Oh, 'cause you said it to give people zeros. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, and I forgot that you could have them go off in different directions. That's kind of neat. I am gonna go up here though. We're gonna get some water and food and stuff. Before the second 0% people were like, "Ah, cows, well it's only up from here." Clearly not. Oh my gosh, you memed yourself. Okay. Come here, fishy. It's for a good cause. Okay. And then wait, do I have... I don't. It's for science. It kind of is, though. Like, when I really think about it. I'm just gonna put that one there just so that it's... Wait. Okay, yeah, I was like, just so that it's away from... Oh, it is up here. Okay. Just so that I have, like, you know, one more space in my inventory. That's a big pipe you got there. Did you see what I just cooked a peeper up, too? Oh, do I have? I guess I had salvage in my pocket. Yeah, there's a peeper. They're called cooked, or, well, when I cook them, they're called cooked peepers. These guys. Actually, we're gonna eat the cooked peeper. Okie dokie. What is... How do I use this? I don't actually know. I feel like it's kind of taking up space, but I don't know for sure. Maybe I do need it in my inventory. I'm not sure. Oh wait! No, it's literally like right here. So I just have... Or is that the same one? I think that's a different one. So I just have 2 of those, apparently. Let's make another one of these. Like a peeping Tom. I don't know. I don't know what those fish are up to, honestly. Do I... Indigenous life forms. Hang on. Would it... Herbivores? No. Peeper. A fast prey fish encountered in shallow waters and rich in protein. Develop side-facing eyes capable of discerning colors, not just in shallow waters, but in a variety of lighting conditions. Wow, it has a lot of information. While the peeper is well adapted to survive in shallow waters, a number of its features serve no discernible purpose. It would appear to be just as well suited to survive in deeper waters, and is somewhat more intelligent than the usual small herbivore. Birthday countdown! Yeah! Hi, Mincy! How are you? Can we get a shout out for Mincy? I need to set up the auto shout outs for you. But yeah, my birthday is in, what, less than, is it 6 hours on the clock? Less than 7 hours. 6 hours, 26 minutes? Okay, thank you. But yeah, we're doing a fun little countdown to my actual birthday, so... Thank you for getting that shout out. Thanks for the shout out, yeah! Although it's already your Irish birthday, that's true! That is true. The other side of the world, it is already the 12th, so... That's, I get to, like, enjoy all of the time zones with you. Especially because I think PST is probably the last. Also, your birthday in Germany, too. Am I allowed to wish you all the best yet? Yeah, of course! But yeah, I figured like I mean I'll be live tomorrow too, I think. At least as long as I'm not too terribly tired, but I kind of was like leaving it up to be kind of like a small little bonus stream. It obviously won't be as long as today's stream, so yeah. But I'm just happy that I got to stream like on, you know, the day before my birthday or even like on my birthday. So doesn't always get to I don't always get to do that every year. I'll do it tomorrow then. Okay. No worries. But yeah. Is that Otanjobi? Wait, Medoto? Is that are you doing Japanese? Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I was like, I recognize Tanjobi as like birthday. Which I think well, I've been learning months in Duolingo and I just realized that October is Jugatsu. That I can do. Goodness, I wouldn't even know where to start with trying to pronounce that. Is it Alice Liebzum Geburtstag du Wonderful? I don't know if I said that right at all. I like trying to pronounce like other languages though. That was not bad actually, Dale. Thank you. I did I know very little German, but I did learn Silent Night in German years ago. So it was like from a I mean I had like a teacher that like actually lived in Germany, but she was here in the States, and so she taught me like that for it was like one Christmas. I just learned it to sing to my grandpa. So okay, is it I know this one is gonna be bad because like I feel like I need to practice more Irish. Is it Labret Shona Duit as Guelga? I know it's Guelga. Actually trying to learn Gaelic. I love it. Aw, that's so cool. But yeah, we're big into the languages over here. I've been like I think tomorrow I'm going to be trying to like do that a little bit cuz I need to get 75 lessons done in my Duolingo friend quest. So I've just been trying to like go through a ton of lessons and I think I've gotten like 40 done, maybe, if I remember right. Yeah, 75 again. It's actually with Nomi too. I was like, I can't let Nomi down. So I've been trying to do them. At least though, I can take like about a minute for each of the like shorter lessons. So that's what I've been kind of doing. So you were so good with pronouncing that. Wait, the Irish there? Was I actually? I try. Yes, thank you. Okay. I've been trying my best. It's like I don't know what it is, but it was just like recently within the last couple of years I just realized like how cool that it was to like be able to learn like all these different languages or even just like speak them or kind of like know how to speak them in a way, you know? So it's kind of cool. La breha wait, Hanadit? I got some audio learning thing and it taught me to say close the door and clean it, clearly learning the important stuff. You won't be singing that Panic at the Disco song? about closing the door. That's too funny, though. I don't think that we need to really learn about all of these things, but what is... oh. So yeah, this is the reefback leviathan that we found out was friendly. And the spadefish... Dun Andorras Augustglan... Is it, how do you say the E? Is it eh? And I think is August is and I remember right. Oh, A. Okay. August is and. Okay. See, I recognize a little bit. I'm like, Ancient oh, those are parasites or scavengers, I guess, too. Raised in the water. I think some of these we had read, but when the game DC'd last week, or like crashed or whatever, when we DC'd, it reset a lot of the stuff. Chinese potato plant. I didn't actually read about these things though, but I think it's just that it's edible. Like, A. I forget how to pronounce the second word there. And maybe the third. I think it's like agit. Rav. Is it Rav? With like a V. Lantern tree grows exclusively on fertile land. Each vine produces orange lantern-shaped fruits. These were what I was eating because they were like giving me water and food, and I was like, heck yeah. Rev. Okay. Go Rev. Math agit. Go Rev ma agut. Or agut. No, it's agut sounds more... I don't know. Maybe. I'm questioning myself now. Okay, I'm gonna read these later too. Grows... or wait. This may act to ward off predators. See, I read that the last time and I was wondering if there was gonna be something that would attack us on the island. Guts like gut. Oh, okay. Irish sounds so freaking awesome, but why all the unnecessary letters? That's what confuses me too. Like, I think that's why it's almost kind of interesting though, because I'll be like, what do those two letters make the sound of? You know, but like it doesn't make sense to me in my English brain. But we're just extra. You just wanted to use some extra letters, you know. It's fun though. I think it's entertaining. Ultra glide fins. There was something that I got. Oh, maybe it was the sea moth though. I got like blueprints for recently. Oop. Also, we will get to actually doing something here in a bit. The word for congrats, I couldn't spell that for the life of me. How do you even say that? Goodness. Oh, wait. Did I? I think I did make another one of those. Right? Yeah, right here. we're gonna go out here. Put this right there. And then we're gonna store a bunch of this stuff. At least, you know, whatever I can. Yeah, see, we have a lot more room now, I think. Decomposing. I guess we'll eat that and drink that. Now I need more food and things. We'll get this peeper. If it's not too fast. Oh, I think it was too fast. Or not. Come on, I need the water. There we go. Languages are interesting, though. I've been kind of like super focused on Japanese just because I am hoping to eventually go there again in the future. So I think though after that I might try and like, you know, learn a little bit more of the other languages and things on Duo. Along with the music, which was really cool that they added. I do have to say that I'd probably prefer it more on like an actual keyboard though. Which is kind of unfortunate because I don't think I have a way to do that. Wait, Coquarjas? That's wild. I was like, I don't even see like an, you know, E until like towards the end. Coquarjas. Coquarjas. That's interesting. Okay, let's get one more fish. And one more. No, come back, come back, come back, come back, come back! There we go. There we go. It's like you're not getting away this time. Okay, let's go make that into some food and water, and then we shall head out somewhere. Okie dokie. So I still can't remember which direction that we were in before. I kind of want to see about heading out this way. Like, let's just go north. Let's just see where this takes us. I can send naughty things in Irish? Oh my gosh. Please do, I mean. Oh my goodness. I don't doubt that whatsoever though. Wait, did I get this down here? Oh, I didn't. Let's go. What is this? Mobile vehicle bay fragment.
New blueprint acquired.
Heck yeah. Ooh, what's this down here? Just another one? Please, what's... Oh. Heck yeah. Should I just collect the...
30 seconds.
You... So I grew up with Irish until I was about 13. Then I went to an English-speaking high school, but I was raised by my granny, who was mostly speaking Irish too. Unfortunately, Irish language is dying out here now, though. It's mostly English and Polish. Really? I didn't realize that you had Polish there. That's interesting. I remembered, though, you did mention that you mostly spoke Irish, and that's a new fish! What? But I thought that it was cool that, like, English was basically, like, your second language. But you speak it so well. Just, like, for English, I'm like, that's awesome. English is difficult with, like, all the weird, like, rules that we have, and I don't know. I feel like I forgot how to say that one again. What is that? Oh, it's more salvage. Okay. I still fuck up English? No, me too. Like, and I've been speaking it for almost 29. Well, I mean, like, not since I was born, obviously, but I was like almost 29 years. Did we already get that? Oh, what the heck? So is it Bamoth Leom to something? Have I gotten this? I could have sworn that I was in here before. Maybe I just got out as quick as possible, though. That sounds like me. Bawalam to Eve I Malaba an Nukt. Wait, is Nukt?
Increased foreign bacteria levels in the water.
Ew, get me out of
Close
this.
scan is advised.
Is that Nukt? Is that night? No, wait, I'm thinking German, never mind. I was like, but I don't even think that that's correct. It was just that it sounded like it. Wait, a knock this tonight? Oh! Wait, so is it... It's like similar? Cause is it, night is like Nacht in German? I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, but I remember like the first bit of Silent Night that I learned, it was like Stille Nacht for Silent Night. Is Nacht in German? Yes. That's wild. So they're very similar. I wonder, do they like share other similarities in how it's like written, pronounced? Super similar? I didn't know that. That's wild. Huh. I like, you know, connecting little weird things like that, because it's like, it's interesting, like. I guess it's not like weird though, it's more just like, you know, the little coincidences. Wait, Mobile Vehicle Day? Fabricates vehicles from raw materials. Ingredients unknown. So it looks like I can make that, but I don't know what. Basically what I said was, I would like you in my bed tonight. If it's not too much trouble, I'd love that actually, if you could link me to some proper English Irish learning. Oh, that'd be cool. Saying night night in German sounds like the start of a knock knock joke. Oh my goodness. Just knocked knocked. I wonder if that is that actually how you would say it, Mincy, or is there like a different term? Because I know that there's like several different ways that you can say bye in Japanese. Like I think that like sayonara isn't actually used that. I also said that very like in a very American way. But I know that that one isn't used as often because it's more of like a permanent goodbye. And I know though that like you can say like jane, which is like, you know, it's like kind of like a more informal bye. Knock knock would be clop clop. Aw, that's sweet of you, Cows. I hope that your migraine gets better. I know that that's been a problem for a while. If you need, like, to take a break from the computer or anything, like, don't feel like you need to stick around. Okay. So we should head, I think it was south was where I was trying to head before. So I'm gonna go back down under. Down under. We're gonna go under the sea though. And I'm gonna get some more water and food. Yeah, hope you feel better. Exactly. Okay, where are my other fishies? There's 2 for food, which should be good. Here's some water. Want another purple one. Ew. What's happening with the music? No. Ooh, there it is. Wow, frames? Hello? Up we go. Okay, we'll mix some water. Some more water. Hoping the meds I got today help. I hope that they do too. Hopefully you're not still feeling weird. Oh, did I grab 3 of those? I guess I'll cook them all. Also, I might take a little break here in a few. I'm gonna play the video before then that I made. And also, if anybody is curious and would like to enter for a drawing... Oh, what the heck is this? For Little Nightmares. If you check out our... It's actually Cows and I guess I'll pick that up. It's our podcast. So like if you check that out, you can enter to win in the chat here to win the Little Nightmares game if you're interested. But we'd love it if you do ! Nerd key in the chat if you're interested in just checking out the podcast. You can find all the links there at our beacons. So I set that up. So I think that our email is even in there if I remember right. So yeah. There's nothing over here. Oh, can I? The heck? What is that? Grav trap fragment? I think that I don't know how many of those that we needed, but
New blueprint
kitty.
acquired.
I can't wait to see the cat tower too later. What is that? Sea glide fragment. Is that the last one that we needed? Wait. Where are they? See, no. Wait, don't we already have that? We got this though. That's cool. I'm still looking for the last ingredient for that one. Although I am gonna save. Okay, I really gotta get some sleep, but I hope you have the absolute best start into your birthday and the most fabulous time tomorrow. Oh, thank you so much, Mincy. I appreciate you. Is it Guten Nacht? Is that how you say that? Beautiful people. I hope that you have a good one. Get some good rest. But yeah, thank you for being here. If y'all have not checked out Mincy, please do so. Such a lovely streamer and just person in general. So I always love when I get to hang out over there. We're just gonna we're gonna stay away from that. Why is he following me? Go away. I am gonna take a break in a few. Just hang on a sec. We have ads here in just a few minutes, so I'll probably take my break then. And what the heck? Oh, it's one of those. Nee! Shush, nobody allowed you to be this sweet. Aw. Well, thank you for being here. Oh, look. I just enjoy, you know, like meeting people here on Twitch and chatting and getting to know other sweet people, honestly. Hey, oh, were you trying to do the hay is for horses? Oh, no, you were just trying to do that one. Okay. That's so funny, actually, though. I was like, are you trying to do hay is for horses like in Andrew's chat? Okay, we have about a little less than 2 minutes before the ads start. I'm gonna head back to the life pod over here. I also think that the game might need a second to kind of catch up. Hey girl, hey! Here, I'm gonna save, and then I'm gonna quit out really quick, but we're not done with the game. We'll be back to play some more in just a little bit. I just want to have time to play the video, though. So y'all can check this out over here on this scene. Skateboard. Almost falling though. That blueberry though. I smell like beans. Okay, here we go.
Boo. No, Edley! Are you serious? Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh, you can nuzzle. Oh, he's allergic to me. It's a turtle. Oh, I forgot. I thought that I'd only muted the other mic, or just on OBS, but yeah. That was our little raid video that I made. So that's what I'll play eventually when we, have raids coming in and stuff. But tonight I just wanted to play it for whoever, because it's new and it's fun. I love it so much too. I'm glad that you all like it. I'm gonna turn on some music now though for you. We are in ads, I believe, or at least they should be starting here soon. And I'm gonna take my little break. So I will be right back. I think I might have some chapel on here. We could put some on. I could pick something specifically. Is there one that you're feeling? Should I do like Hot to Go? Or I could do After Midnight? Or I just really thought about it though. I should totally play After Midnight when it's midnight. It'll be the first song I listen to. Good luck, babe. I could do that one. There we go. And it's on shuffle, so whatever happens next happens. But hope you all enjoy it, and I will be back soon. Alrighty. Oops, I didn't mean to have that on though. Hold on. Goodness, sorry about being gone for so long. I think I might play that though really quick. But we got the tower like situated. He had set it up like entirely, and it's a pretty tall tower. So we were kind of worried though about like just how tall that it was, and about Roxas jumping up into the very top. 'Cause he seemed a little uncertain when we were like watching him on it, and we just felt a little bit better with making sure that he was safe. So but here I'm gonna play the raid video, and just 'cause I want to and it's fun. And then we'll get back to Subnautica. You can skateboard. Almost falling though. That blueberry though! I smell like beans. Okay, here we go.
Boo. No, Edley! Are you serious? Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh, you can nuzzle. Oh, he's allergic to me. It's a turtle. So that is the raid video. Or at least what will be the raid video. Let me get on over to the game scene here. Oh my goodness, hi Cassie, how are you? Thank you. I'm glad that everybody likes it. I've been here the whole time, by the way. I appreciate that. That was really loud, goodness. Hi Scorpion, it's good to see you. We had like some issues with the tower. I mean, if you were just here, I'm sure that you heard me. I was like, we had to make sure that the kitty tower was okay. Also, your anxious daily thump, that's me after hearing that. Like, here we go into Subnautica again. And their angry daily thump, oh my goodness. It fits. It kinda does though. But Roxas got a new tower, so I'm so excited for him. He seems to really like it. I have an appointment on Wednesday that I'm anxious for. Oh no! I saw very cute. Yeah! It was super cute. Hey, there you go. The Taco Bell bong lives. I specifically had to make sure that it was working, cause I remembered that like you had done it when I was in the living room too, and I was like, okay, I gotta make sure that I do that. Now time to relax? Maybe. We found a lot more of the things that we need to make. I'm still missing silver though, but 98% nerdy, hey! That's awesome. I think I might be okay if I try and pin. I'm a little, whoa! The 99%! Oh my goodness. Okay. It's giving out some good ones tonight. Sorry, I just had to beat you. my goodness. So I think we were headed out kind of this direction before. And wait, I need to check though. Old cooked boomerang. Dang it. Those are probably gonna go bad, huh? We'll see. Food's ready. I'm gonna go. Go back to lurking. I hope that your food is good. Thank you for the lurk. Wait, what was your 52% high? Kagan made teriyaki steak over red. Ooh, that sounds good. I hope that is great. Have a good dinner. Time to pack. Oh my gosh. Me just casually moving through here like this isn't dangerous at all, and I was like just moving along. Although I did want to start using this. I keep forgetting. Thanks, yeah. We're actually having teriyaki chicken again tonight. It's like leftovers, but oh, get out of here. Go away. Stop following me. Stop stalking me. Ha ha ha. Actually, wait. Oh, the light wasn't on. I thought it was.
30 seconds.
Ugh! I don't like that one either. Oh, that's one of the reefer whales, I think. I'm slowly, like, learning to be okay with some of the environment. What is that? Oh, it's just like a hole through? Okay. Oh, he's like coming over this way. Which direction am I going? Okay. I'm not trying to go this way. I was trying to kind of go more south, I think. So. It's still making me uneasy. Although, okay. They're just chilling. What is with this music? What the heck? Is that a space fish? Have I seen that before? I don't know what that's. Uh-oh. Our power went, or the battery ran out. Wait, did I change it? I did not. Which, select. There we go. I think I hit cancel on accident. Scaring myself again. Okay, this way. Trying to head south. Kind of south-southwest, I guess. Ugh. What the fuck are you? I don't think they look friendly. Oh no, there's another one. Are those more of the stalkers though? I don't actually know what those are. I don't want to get close. They definitely do not look friendly. Just saying. Okay, which direction? I don't even see my... Oh, it's this way. I'm done exploring this far out. It's time to head back. There's another one. Ew, stay away from me. I am out of my comfort zone. Very, very much so. The heck? Ugh. Oh, okay. Friend! I like the colors. Okay, we're a lot closer to home at least. Also, okay, let's go get some more air. I do want to check down there though, because I feel like there's, like, at least there's got to be boxes somewhere that have more of the stuff that I need in them. I feel like, is that?
Passing 100 meters.
No.
Oxygen efficiency decreased.
Thank you for redeeming the sexy Robin sound.
30 seconds.
Ooh. Those look pretty. Flame. Oop, I do want to keep that on actually. I just wanted to see though. Wait, what is that? Was it here that I was? Did I go down further? Ew. That's limestone. Okay. More salt. Oh, you can go away. You can go right away.
30 seconds.
Okay, I want to come back down here though and look at that. I saw the jump scare. Oh no. Fuck, but now it's getting dark. Oh no. I'm gonna do this anyways. Ew. 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 Ew! Fuck no! Ew! Go away! Oh, that scared me though!
Passing 100 meters.
I jumped.
Oxygen efficiency decreased.
30 seconds? Okay, where's my light? Is it just so dark that the light isn't working? Who's farting in here? Oh my goodness. The good old fart. It did the same one. What is this? Oh, oops, I didn't mean to hit it with my knife, but... Battery charger fragment. Oh, let's go. Open. Fuck, am I about to let something loose? I just realized, I was like, wait.
30 seconds.
Sealed door. Hang on. I had beans for lunch. Didn't mean to fart, Scorpion. Oh my gosh. Okay, my curiosity is like
Fluid intake.
is getting me over hold on. I hope that we have water. I think that we have water. Yeah.
Vital
Good.
signs stabilizing.
Decomposing. Oops. I think I can still consume that. Oop. I should probably save. I feel like we haven't saved at least in a little bit. I know that I just like started this back up though, so. Okay. Oh. Hello. What is that? Ooh. Don't mind if I do. Oh! What just hit me?
I heard there was a secret way that David went and it pleased the way, but you don't really care for music, do I? It goes like this, the minor way, the major way, the Pepper King composing Waluigi, 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 Waluigi. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. The ending of that one always gets me. I don't. This is kind of creepy, but like, I'm like, where? What am I trying to find down here? Okay, we're gonna go back. Was it normally Hallelujah the song? Yes. Oh shoot. I didn't realize like how close I was to. Okay. But yeah, it's the Hallelujah song. I found that, I think, just on sound alerts randomly one day, and I was like, this is too funny not to use. So I had to. There's nothing else in here? I really thought.
30 seconds.
Oh wait, there is something. Modification station something. Okay. Oh, it's getting brighter. I'm so glad.
Oxygen.
We're heading for oxygen. Oh, thank goodness. Like, I know it won't be super bright down here, I guess, but I like it when it's a lot brighter. Although I think those guys were asleep. Oh, you can, nope. You can take that attitude away from here. Nope. They're so vicious, and for what? Oh, there's something in there. Wait, what? Hello?
30 seconds.
Scan it, please. Why is it not scanning?
Oxygen.
I feel like there was something in that one, but it did not scan. Okay, I think it was over here I went in.
Passing 100 meters.
Where was
Oxygen
that?
efficiency decreased.
On this side. Oh, right here.
.30 seconds.
What? Why can I not get that? Although maybe... Maybe there's something I can use to get it? Let's get oxygen first though, goodness. Okay, I don't know if there's anything else down here though. But let's take a peek. Hopefully those other weird things stay away. That's more quartz. I'm still looking for my silver. But I think that that'll be on like an island. I'm pretty sure. What the?
30 seconds.
Oh. Wait, why? Oh, there we go. I think we should probably head back to our life pod. Because I think that we are almost out of water. And we're getting pretty thirsty. Goodness, it's 7:40. Thank you all for spending this countdown to my birthday stream with me. Because it's been fun so far. I haven't even gotten to like some of the other things that I was thinking about doing, so. I think though, if I do end up streaming tomorrow, it'll probably be, like, it'll be in like a lot later. Like I think 7 was about the time that I was planning on starting, if I remember right. Because I want to spend most of the day with Andrew, I'm thinking. Ooh, we could make one of those. Use artificial gravity to attract light objects and small creatures. I wonder if that's how we could move some of this stuff. We could go ahead and make that. I should probably turn off the, let's also save. I want to turn off the light on that thing, because it's just wasting power. Right, I need copper. That's what it was. I was like, I need something. Wait, hello? Let's put that there, and I wanna... Okay. I think that that was all that we... Like, I don't think that you needed a whole lot of copper. But we'll see in a sec. Oh, cool. So how does this thing work? Oop. Trying to go into this menu and I was still stuck in the other one. Uses artificial gravity to attract light objects and small creatures. So like, I wonder if I go back to that. I don't exactly know where I was at because I didn't pay attention to the direction. Oops. I'm trying to get out of the menu. Okay. Oh, and do I have another battery? I do have one more, okay. That is good. I think it was off this direction. Because I remember I kept like looking over at the other...
Seek fluid entity.
Oh, that's right. I meant to get... Oops. Okay. We're gonna get some food and water first, I guess. Grab that one. Some food. Now I need some water. Oh, in here. Wait, where did it go? It got away from me. There we go. There's 1, 2, and wait. 3. Okay. I think that should probably be good. Maybe I'll get this for food. Maybe I won't cook it immediately though. And then we'll head back. I think it's northeast. Starting to remember that the life pod is like usually north. At least if I'm heading in the same direction that I was. Which I've been kind of heading out that way, so. I'm gonna just make all of these into water. Oh, well, I remember also I wasn't gonna cook everything. Oops. Although I do
Vital
need to
signs
eat some
stabilizing.
things. Guess I might need more water. Okay, those are cooked. So yeah, I'm just gonna go get some more water. I can't wait until I have like a way to make water or something, because I feel like I could do that with those trees, the lantern trees. Whoa! Okay, that should be plenty of water. So I think that was 3 of the bladderfish, if I remember right. One. Oh, oops! I cooked it! Dang it! I thought I was in the water. Oops. That sucks. Oh, there goes the battery. I'm trying to get that one. Okay, now we can head back. I can't believe I just did that. Water. Okay. Now we have 3 water. I think we have, unfortunately, 3 food now, too. Yeah. I didn't really want to do that, but oh well. Guess if we really end up needing it. Also, my inventory is still really full. Which I hesitate to leave it like that, because I feel like we always end up finding things. So I'm gonna do this again. There we go. Wait, hello? Put that one in there. Air bladder. Wait. Okay. I don't know, it didn't quite like get me as bad as some others, but I was like, what was that? Oh, I guess we don't have any room anyways to put anything else. Goodness. I still need to add the Jaws theme. I kept meaning to do that. I'm about to give up on channel points and go back to the old-fashioned way? The old-fashioned way? You mean like scaring me in real life? I mean, they are technically both in real life, but like, you know, not through stream is what I meant. Wait, can I put... No, I can't. Oh yeah, I was supposed to do like a self-scan on me. Hang on. Wait, why did that not work? The heck? Oh, it just says infected? Okay. I didn't realize I was supposed to be looking at the screen. Like the little screen on the scanner. Hi Horizon, how are you? Good to have ya. Ooh, I'm gonna just grab that anyways. I like this area over here. It's very colorful. Still kind of just like looking for like, I don't know, scrap areas, like things that had dropped. Right, I do need to change this battery out. How are you? I'm doing pretty good. I feel like this game has been pretty fun. Even if it is kind of scary at times. I think I got all of these. This game gives me PTSD. Oh no.
Oxygen.
It's definitely freaky. Okay, got plenty of air. What is that? Oh, it's just part of the metal salvage? Oh, I thought it was one of the— Why am I stuck on the rock? Okay. We're safe. Goodness. Am I the last phobia? Don't like this game. That's what I think a lot of people are struggling with, and I don't blame you. I honestly kind of feel the same way. I didn't realize I was as afraid of the ocean. Like, I mean, I was kind of recently realizing that, but like, this I feel like solidified it. It is definitely creepy. Like, it's still fun, and I feel like my curiosity, though, is what is keeping me going. I've also even kind of started, like, trying to, like, look at stuff at night. But I don't always like it. I think it's nighttime at least, unless we're just in the middle of a, like, eclipse thing. Dang it. Okay, we're heading back. I definitely spelled that wrong. You're good. It's a long word, honestly. I'm not even sure. Thanks for that part. Not even sure that I could like spell it from memory. Like, I'd probably have to like write it down, kind of like work it out. But I think it's like THA something. I still knew what you meant, though. Why is there just a peeper on the floor here? Old cooked peeper. I'm gonna eat both of those. Drink 2 of those, I guess. And I'm gonna make some more food since we're in here. I'll start with the water, though, because I want to make sure that the other stuff— Peeper fell out of pocket. I guess. Here, really quick, I'm gonna save, and then I'm gonna get myself a sip of water. I'm feeling a little thirsty. Okay. And then we'll get back to the game here. Also, I was realizing, I don't know if I've just not been paying attention, but maybe they're coming up soon? Or maybe I just, like, came back right before the ads came, but we'll pause during the ads. Yeah. Can it be daytime already? Please? I wonder, what do I need for the power cell? That's this. Silicone rubber and a battery? I could definitely make that. What if we work on making this? I don't know exactly what it does, but I mean, I think everything in this game could be useful, so. This game freaks me out when it gets dark because I'm new to it, so I've seen only small fishes. That's totally fair. I honestly have only just kind of gotten a little more brave recently with all of the things, and it's still creepy. I'm gonna go collect some of those acid mushrooms. Like that. What the heck is that noise? Like, ew. I do not like it. Wait. Oh, I need to get copper ore out of my inventory and creep vine seed cluster. Copper. I'll grab like 2. Oop. I have so many of these. I don't think that will help. What the heck? Eh. Okay. I don't even know what's happening there. I'm looking for creepvine seed clusters. I think something weird is happening when it's like closing them. Did I actually look in this one? No, but I'm gonna grab those. Might be in the ship. In here. Ooh, wait. I have some of these things, actually. Oh, I didn't lose that. I was worried about that, like, last week. I was like, did I get this thing? Like, the poster when I picked it up, and I'm glad that I did. I don't know, like, if I can put it up or anything, but I was like, that's kind of funny. I just ended up finding it. Okay, so here we go. We're gonna make... We needed a power cell. That's cool. I already had these things then. Okay. So a power cell. That's huge. Or at least it looks huge. Okay. And then, yeah. What does that do? Do I just release vehicle bay? I don't like that, but okay. Release. What do you do? What is this? Oh, Oh. Wait. Sea moth? Does this thing like move on the water, or is this how to make them? So I just need another power cell. Oh, we have ad breaks incoming in about 5 minutes. This must be how I make the stuff then. So I need more lubricant. Oop. I need glass and... Wait, do I have this on the side? No, I don't. I was like, is it over here at all? But I could probably add it. Wait, what the heck? What are the drone things? Interesting. Okay, well we're gonna go back inside. I think that I can figure out what all that I need to make. Good night. You have a good night too, Horizon. Thank you for hanging out. Oh, and thank you for the follow. I just realized... I think I missed that. I don't know that I heard it go off, but I appreciate that. Have a good rest of your streams. Thank you so much. I hope that you have a good night. Get some good rest if you're heading to bed or whatever you do. I hope you have a good good weekend. Oh, I think that's... Oh, I was like, that's the radio.
This is Officer Keenan, Light Pod 19. The captain is gone. I have assumed command. The last thing the captain did was give me coordinates for dry land. We regroup 1.5 kilometers southwest of the crash site. Stay together and good luck. This message will now repeat.
Rendezvous coordinates corrupted. Transmission origin coordinates downloaded. Signal location uploaded to PDA.
Okay, so we have somewhere else to go. Also though... Where is that? I guess I need to go here. Is it in this? Where is it? Sea moth. We already have that. Ultra glide fins? Oh! Wait, so I can enhance a swim speed considerably by comparison to regular fins. Okay. That would be a good thing to do. Oh, that's like titanium? Ooh. Battery charger? But I need more wiring kits. Dang. I need to find that silver. Okay, I'm going to make... where is it? Did I not click on it? Or is it just that there's too many things selected? Or maybe I clicked on it twice. Okay, yeah. So I need glass. I think I needed ingots, if I remember right. That looks kind of like what I needed to. Or no, that's lead. Ooh, I think that we have lead. we'll have to go check outside. I may pause though. I'm gonna save because we're about to head into ads here. And actually I'll just play the raid video here that I made. So I'm gonna quit out just in case. But we just saved, so we're good. And then we'll be back into Subnautica in a bit. Here we go. I can skateboard. Almost falling though. That blueberry though! I smell like beans. Okay, here we go.
Boo. No, Edley! Are you serious? Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh, you can mess up. Oh, he's allergic to me. It's a turtle. I was gonna say, oh, thank you. I think I am. Yeah, I'm unmuted. Okay. Well, thank you so much. You're so sweet. I think that we have about a minute left. That kind of makes me feel good that the raid video isn't as long as like ads or something though. I'm gonna hide that so that it doesn't start when I like move away from the scene again like it did it earlier. Hey, Enley, you dropped something when you stole my heart. Y'all are too sweet. I still need to make myself one of those. Also, Scorpion, I will be posting those posting the tweets tomorrow probably. And I plan on taking screenshots and I was gonna send them like to you and the other winners in the giveaway. I still need to make myself one of those. Wait, a raid video. Yeah, you should. It was really fun. And I don't know if like you know of the Midnight, maybe you do. But I used like instrumental music from them because I figured that it would be okay to use in a raid video, and I was gonna put that also on the trailer for the like videos at the beginning. So yeah, I'm glad that I finally have one. It's been years and I've been like meaning to, but the last one that I did it with like a different song. So I was like, I don't really know if I feel comfortable with putting this as like the raid video just in case, but yeah. I'm very proud of it though. I've just kind of been working on it off and on for like several months now. Like it might have even been like a year, I think. So just here and there. You did great. Thank you. I think everybody is coming back from the ads. So I'll probably get back to Subnautica. Was your dinner good? Did y'all finish eating? It was delicious? Good. That's good to hear. Yeah, you ate your whole bowl? Heck yeah. That's like me whenever we do have teriyaki chicken. I just end up like, I think we have like 2 bowls sometimes. I'm like, this is such a good meal. Okay, I'm like... this game. I don't know if I'm ready again. But I am more curious to like get the things made for it, I think. So we need lubricant, which I forget how we make that. Let's focus on that first. Is that in? No, it'll be up here, I think. Yeah. I need the creep vine seed clusters. So I gotta go over wherever those stalkers are. I think it's this direction, actually. But yeah, hopefully everybody's having a good Friday night. I think like mostly Friday for at least us in the US. I do know it's like Saturday already. In other places, I could never play this game. It's definitely been testing me. It's so creepy. I hate being underwater. Same. I was talking about that, I think, a couple weeks ago. Maybe even last week again. I don't know. But I don't really... Like, I can't really swim. So, like, I was, like, thinking about how, like, if this has just been me, like, on this planet, I'd just be screwed. Okay, we got lubricant. I think lead and glass are both in one of these containers, or maybe the one on the bottom. I'm gonna... Oh my gosh, I just thought about the fact that there might be creep vines in the ones at the bottom, and I didn't check those. They're kind of disorganized right now just because I don't really know what I'm doing. What's in here? Enameled glass. There we go, there's glass. We have everything! Yay! Same. Yeah, it's definitely like, I don't know, it's pretty creepy. Like, and the reason too that I don't really know that, like, I know kind of like the basics of swimming, I guess, but I don't know, like, that I'm a very strong swimmer is all, because I tried to do... Oh wait, I don't want to make that again. I tried to take lessons, and then I found out that I was allergic to chlorine, so I couldn't continue taking lessons unless I didn't want to breathe. Which wasn't really the goal, so...
Safe mode of transport, but remember that swimming is good for your glutes and endorphin levels.
I'm definitely not... like, I don't know that, like, a whole lot of people that I know are, but also, I don't really go in the water like that. This is really cool. Okay, I can use this. I'd be okay with this. What, though? What are the details on this? Do I have extra storage in this thing? Oh, it has a light? My oxygen is fine in here, so I don't have to worry about that. Oh my gosh. This is cool. Okay, how does it go all the way up? Kind of. I went to Girl Scout camp, and they had a system where they'd test our swimming capabilities, and then we were able to go in certain areas, and I was always a minnow, the lowest rung on the ladder. Oh no! I didn't know that they did stuff like that for Girl Scouts. Like, I never did anything like that as a kid. Did I just hit something? Yeah, it was a fun camp. Camp for Echoes. Oh. See, I did go to like summer camps occasionally, and that was fun. I imagine maybe it was kind of similar. I'm so sorry to these fish. Are they dying? Like when I run into them, like, oh! Okay, I wonder. This is Life Pod 19. How deep can this go too? I don't know like how far down it can go. See me sticking up to the top of the water though? I'm like, Hi Yabba Dabba Dill, how are you? It's good to see ya. Adrenaline has left me unable to sleep. Oh no! I'm sorry. I just realized I could turn the light on. Ah! What was that? Eepy, how are you? I'm okay. Is that me? Did I bonk into the wall? Like, I'm okay though. I'm having fun with this game. But it's definitely been creepy. Oh, yep, that's me. That's me bumping into stuff. Oops. I haven't been this low before. Okay, that's a friendly, so don't freak out. That's friendly. Lies, not you. Oh, this is so weird. Can I find... I want to find more of the things that I need. Maybe not that. Although, what is this that's been over here? Oh my gosh! That's gonna scare me! I'm just hitting fish! I also feel bad though for the fish. What the heck? Okay, I don't like those. Also though, what? I don't know how I'm supposed to use stuff. I'm going to pass out very soon. Have a great night. No worries. I appreciate you being here. I see you got 24% sexy up there too. But yeah, I hope that you have some good rest. Thank you for being here. That guy needs to go away. I guess that answers that question. Not the fish, I know. I feel so bad. My goal was to only like take out fish that I like was actually using like for food and water. That's really pretty. Another one of those weird, I don't know what those are called yet, I don't think. Or maybe I do, but I'm not sure. Wait, is this the life pod? This might be it. I'm gonna exit. This also might be one that we've already got. Ah! Leave me alone. How obnoxious. Just chilling in there. I apologize. Not the fish. What is the thing? Oh, the thing that I'm in? It is called... What is this thing called? Where did I put it? Wait. Is it the sea moth? It's over there on the right. Yeah, it's called the sea moth. Which actually I didn't know existed until like today, I think. Uh-oh. What happened there? That was weird. It wouldn't let me like move forward to like jump up out of the water. But yeah, this thing is pretty neat. Is the big ship supposed to blow up? Wait, what do you mean? Oh, this thing? This big ship in front of me? Ship, yeah. Okay, I got what you meant. Yeah, I think that it's supposed to... Oops. It's supposed to, blow up at the beginning. I don't know if it's, like, gonna fully blow up at, like, some point. Oops. Okay, I just hit I hit those things. My bad. I'll learn how to maneuver. I think I'm gonna exit here though, and then go up here. Typo? Yeah, you're good. I do that often, especially if I'm like on mobile or just not paying attention, I guess. Sometimes like people will be talking and then, you know, like you say something, like you type something that they're saying and I'm just like, wait, that's not right. That's why I hate mobile. I agree. I use it a lot for how much that I hate it, but it could use some improvements is what I will say. I am gonna cook that one too, I guess. And we'll drink some water. Oh, that's rotten. Drop. Okay. I played for 3 hours and I just now got a knife. I think... Hold on. I think we've only played like... Oh, hold on. Is it still saving? There we go. I think we've only played like maybe 12 hours. Oh, almost 13, I guess. And like, honestly, I'm still discovering things. I'm still like... I don't know, finding out stuff that I need to do, but I kind of think like when you're playing this like for the first time, don't like expect yourself to be, you know, amazing at everything. Like I think that there are just things that you kind of learn. What? Oh no. Is there a fire about to happen? Oh wait, that's not... Uh-oh. This does not sound good. What do I need? Now I'm anxious. What happened in the span that I was gone? I'm scared of what to encounter in it. I feel that. I just like, I started kind of like slowly venturing out a little bit here and there. Circuitry test failed. Okay, hold up. Do I have... I do have one. Good. It's like, I thought that I did, but... Is this gonna help at all? I don't... I don't even know how, if I'm supposed to, like, get this to work a certain way. Damage secondary system. Oh, use repair tool! There we go. Okay. We haven't had to do that in like so long on. Oh, is it done? Me just wasting my but yeah, I don't know though. I've had the survival knife, but honestly, I haven't used it a whole lot. I think occasionally, but like I think it just kind of depends on where you're around. But if you take it slow, like I don't think that it turns out like it's still kind of scary, obviously, but like then you kind of get curious, I feel like. So I've just kind of been like letting my curiosity like take me certain areas, and it seems to outweigh the concerns of, I don't know, being eaten or something. I'm not sure like what they all do. But yeah, the sea moth. This thing is cool.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Do I have... I don't quite have... let's collect some food. What the... Thought I saw something, like... I don't know. That was weird. We'll get that in this peeper. Come here. I don't have... Okay. Like, I don't have anything to, like, help me swim other than fins right now. Or, like, you know, flippers. Oh! What the heck? I didn't realize that that was there. Would have thought that I would have gotten that. We're gonna come back down for some more water, the what are they called? Bladderfish. I'm thinking one more of those. Oh, there we go. And then I kind of want to look around a little. I want that thing to leave me alone. They're like pretty harmless except for their weird gas things. And that one's empty. I think I just got that one.
30 seconds.
Okay. But yeah, I've had a few encounters with some creepy things, and I don't know. I've still invested, I think, though, in like figuring out what's happening. Like, why am I here? I think also, wait, where was that other this direction. Southwest? I think I might head that way in the... What is it? The sea moth? At least after I get, food and water. If I see something, I investigate something. Yeah! Like, otherwise I'm just gonna wonder about it and be like, Like, I might be concerned at first, but... Or, like, scared while I do it, but gotta do it. Okay, let's get some of this, water drink, because I think... Yeah, we might end up using, like, all of it. Okay, one more fish, just so that I have one on me. Or two, since I see them right here. Oh, dang it, I missed that one. There we go. Okay, up here, and then we'll go out exploring. My sea moth has helicopter controls? Ooh. That sounds fancy. Oh, I did it again. Me just like not paying attention and I accidentally cook what I'm trying to turn into water. Okay, was it northwest? I kind of forget. Wait. What was that way? Life Pod 19. That's where we need to go. Sorry. Okay, this is really far out. Oh, heading into the reef Leviathan territory, I think. Wait, it's further down? 'Cause that's not... Ah! I hate those things. I might quit Subnautica now? Wait, what do you mean? Did something happen? What is that music? Why did it do that to me? Ew. Oh no. Why was it doing that? Is that because I've been hitting it on stuff? I just saw something? Oh no. Are you safe? Just like, this is going so deep. What the heck? Ew. Oh, the light is on. Ew. Ew.
Warning.
Ew.
Maximum
That's
depth
scared.
reached. Hull damage imminent.
What? Something is damaged? Excuse- oh, fuck. Okay. I don't like this at all. Okay, wait. We're gonna go back down. Hold on. Wait. I've been to this island. So, that's south. Oh, hello. Okay, that almost kind of like scared me a little. I'm like on edge. I'm like, Okay, I'm wondering if I just need to take this back, if I can like repair it. I see the Thank you for the attempt. That scared the crap out of me. I'm so sorry. Ooh. At least it scared somebody. That's true. Usually it gets somebody, I feel like. The 14 HP Seamoth got me clenched? Is this... Oh, fuck! What's about to happen? I'm trying to get it back to, like, where, I was at. I didn't realize that that was the health and it was slowly declining. If I hit fish, does it lower it? I know, I see it says 1 now and I'm like... Where is that thing? What did I hit? Oh. Did it just have enough? Was that... Oof. Rest in pieces. No, you goon. What was I supposed to do there? Was I supposed to repair it? Because I was trying to get it back over here. I guess we'll make another one. Although, I don't know if I have lead. Oop. Oh, wince indeed. Dang. Okay, what do I want to do? Maybe we'll go take a peek at what else that we can make as well. Oh, what's this? I can make a trash can. You want me to say how to repair it? Well, I think I could maybe try next time to use my repair tool. That's my first guess. Maybe I should have gotten out and tried to repair it, but I thought that I would get to a safe place first. I'm gonna eat that. We'll see. Okay. It's dark out now. The fins. I need to figure out the wiring kit. And I'll let that sit for now. Okay, so... Jeez. Oh my goodness. Wasn't expecting that one. I will say that. Oh, you got a broad daily thump. What? I didn't get my daily thump today, actually. My polite daily thump. Really? I know, right? He gets me with those often. Actually, it's Andrew and Hash that'll get me often with those. And actually, I mean, Cal's has gotten a few good scares on me as well. Okay, I'm gonna make this battery. Because we're gonna need a power cell. If I make a desk, can I make that? Wait. But I don't actually have the ability to yet. I'm sorry you're crying. Also, I haven't seen it, but has the little character that I have been popping up on screen when the cries happens? I don't know if it's... Actually, maybe it only does that. Oh, yes, it has? Okay. Okay, cool. That's Chopper. I just wanted to add something, like, fun for that one. Okay, I need a wiring kit. Wait, where is that? Where is that? Is that right? Oh, it's right here. So yeah, silver ore. Ooh. So I guess I'll go get more lubricant, or the creepvine to make more lubricant. And, or, no. Not to make the lubricant, it's for the silicone rubber. That's what. And then... I guess I need more copper and... Oh, I don't actually... I think that I had some of the acid mushrooms. Oh, actually, we have that there. Never mind. Somewhere I have mushrooms, though. This motherfucking cat on the box on the table instead of the tower I spent 2 hours building. I'm sorry. He probably still feels comfortable there too, though. Like, worst part is I knew it would happen. He'll probably end up liking the other one. And plus, like, we got the tower so that he would also have a place to scratch too. I think that he'll like it. Oh my gosh! You can pin yourself. My first 100. Yeah, that's 100. That beats the 99 there. That's what I've been doing. And then 100 gets beat out by 69. Did I get everything? I'm gonna drop that. We had copper ore. It was, oh. Ew. Down this way. Nope. I'll take 2 of those because I think I need them for later. That's not what I need. How is this one all the way over here? Was it because my thing got hit? So I hit it? Oh, what the heck? I didn't realize those could move under the water. You cannot pin multiple, so it actually unseats like whatever was pinned right before. Oh, that's the bad one. But yeah, it's okay though. That's kind of how I had intended to do it. Have I scanned those guys? I guess so. Okay, so I still need one more of these, I think. Oh yeah, that is my little reminder for lore in the Discord. However, this week, because tomorrow is my birthday, we were not going to be having lore, and we will what's the word? I wanted to say postpone, but I feel like that's not the word I'm thinking of. I don't know. We'll continue it next week though. There's a different word though that I'm thinking of. Okay, I'm gonna make that. This time I'm gonna be more careful. That was something. And I don't want to experience that something again. Okay, where are the creep vines? Creep vine... Go away. Are there just none? Oh wait, I see them. Oh. Oh, are we full? I think we're full. I think we go north? Maybe? Actually, nope. Southeast. Kind of. More south than east. Okie dokie. What's next? We'll make that. I guess I do still need to find lead. Hello, Stella Stars. Welcome in. It's good to have you. I gotta go find some lead, I guess. Which I also don't remember where that's at. Maybe on another island? Which I guess just means I gotta go explore without that again. Oof. But yeah, we're doing a little countdown for my birthday though. What are we at? I don't even know what the time is. I guess, well, it's like 8:50, so We're going until 12. I should... Excuse you. I should probably, go, eat something soon, though. Which I might put words up for that. But I still want to continue this for a little bit, too. Trying to find land, I think. That's the goal. It turns 12 for me in 10 minutes. Ah! So it'll be my birthday where you're at in 10 minutes. That's cool. Oh, I have been over here because I got that item that was in that. I don't know though. Wait. Oh, that's a whale, or like the, what are the reefer leviathan? I wanted to call it a whale. That's what they remind me of. I do not like the weird, like, bells ringing, though.
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased.
Oh, that's where I found some of that oh, wait. We're gonna go get some more air, and then we're gonna come back down here and add some